What a moment for China's snooker panda, Zhang. And his opponent, a player at the peak of his powers, bidding for a third major title this season. He believes he was born for nights just like this. Let's find out. Here comes the pride of Northern Ireland, Mark the Pistol Allen.
There's definitely a crackle and a buzz in the crowd for this final. In the commentary box for the opening 4 frames, Ken is alongside Phil Yates.
Richie, thank you. You know, down the years, so often...
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The 9th frame.
The player who wins
Jang
the closing frame of the afternoon gets an immeasurable boost from it. Will frame 8 be hugely influential in this one? Zhang hoping not. Mark Allen, he feels as though getting back onto level terms, he got out of jail.
Yeah, totally agree, Phil. But what a wonderful blackie pot to level things up the last frame of the session, and that may, well, it could be the difference towards the end of the evening. May draw some inspiration from it. Possible red here to the left corner. No. But yeah, it was a, you know, it started off so well, didn't it, for Zhang. Those 3 frames got off to a flying start. Then Allen came back, made a nice century in that 6th frame. It was beautifully poised for tonight. First to 10, of course, to lift the trophy and the 125,000. And there's a lot more at stake, isn't there, in a way, for Zhang with regards seeding and, of course, the big Saudi event coming up, Phil.
Yes, he will go to Saudi Arabia if he wins tonight. Ali Carter will miss out. If Zhang were to win this evening, he'd be seeded for the Tour Championship into the quarterfinals. That's worth £30,000 in itself. 30,000 ranking points also. He'd be in the Champion of Champions later on this year, next season. And he climbed to 7th in the rankings. He would be the highest ranked Chinese player, eclipsing Ding Junhui. So lots of ancillary benefits. I think it's all about, rather than substance this evening, style. Mark Allen, I thought, was just a little too circumspect for his own good in the first session. He's an absolutely wonderful world-class player. Not saying throw caution to the wind, but be a little more aggressive for me.
Have a look at that for a safety shot. Oh, just past the green. Very impressed with, well, with both players' safety. It's been excellent. 82% for Mark Allen, 80% for Zhang. Very high percentages, normally around the mid-70s is pretty good. It's been hard fought. Try and eke out a chance from either player is difficult. Cut back red. No.
Half the frames this afternoon, 4 of 8, lasted half an hour or more. And in the modern era, that's unusual.
Yeah, I think Stephen Hendry made a very good point. You'd like to see Mark Allen be that little bit more aggressive, get the balls open a little bit quicker, play aggressive safety shots as opposed to sort of containing safety shots. There was a lot of that this afternoon. Oh, this is a mistake. First mistake. Has he got away with it? Wow. He may have got away with it, you know. Okay, he's got a red into the right centre, but it's not straightforward, and not straightforward to get on the colour. You see the safety shot come on back off the knuckle of the middle pocket. Could have left something a lot easier for Mark Allen. He's got away with one there, I think. And this is the thing about safety play, and for, you know, for players who are watching and saying, well, what are they looking at? Why didn't you just get the ball back into bulk? Well, that would be straightforward. But you want to try and put it in the most difficult place for your opponent. Try and block maybe an avenue either way, left or right side of the table, back down to bulk. That's exactly what he's trying to do here. But he hasn't done it well, and he's left this red. What a mistake.
Well, given the amount of thinking, play that one too quickly, just the reverse.
Yeah, good pot. But unfortunately, catching the black is sort of, well, scuppered his chance here. He won't be taking this black on anyway. Maybe what Mark Allen was trying to do is get that cue ball tight to the ball cushion, up on the left-hand side, somewhere behind the yellow. A lot more congested down this left-hand side of the table.
Zhang under 1.
Well, let's have a look. Does he have this red into this left corner pocket? No, I think it is on, but certainly very dangerous. He's having a look to see if he pots it, would it be on the pink into the right centre? Well, you see the pink is available, but that's about all from this red. It'd be risky. Let's see, is he taking it on? Big shot. No. And this was, well, similar to what he was doing this afternoon, Phil, and what Stephen Hendry was talking about, that he could be a little bit more aggressive, go for those shots, rather than just playing containing safety shots.
Here, though, he's not fully contained. The red will go across the top cushion. It's a really tough shot, but there is a passageway.
Well, there's two reds just beneath the pink. He's had a look at them. There may be a plant. He could play it with an element of safety. Cue ball going back towards the ball. Bit of a gap between the two reds. Oh, they may be in a line. Mark Allen didn't see that. Could be a mistake. Yeah. Oh! Well. Just the pace kept it out. This was close.
And now, with the reds so nicely spread, whoever gets in first should make a few. The average shot time for both players tells its own story. When you're playing at this pace, it really is tough to build any kind of rhythm. 30 seconds for Allen, unheard of for him. just a couple of years ago. 32 for Zhang.
Yeah, I think Zhang probably always played at this pace. He hasn't really changed much in the years that I've seen him play. Whereas Mark Allen, well, normally 15, 16 seconds a couple of years ago. But as I said, he's changed style. A bit more methodical, measured. And it's hard to argue with it. Being so successful over the last few years. Picked up a lot of trophies, been so consistent. Trying to find that balance between the two.
Yeah, it was like his old self against Mark Williams in the first round. But like the new version in the final.
Well, another mistake. I'm trying to play that cue ball towards his bottom right corner pocket, but it's gone terribly wrong. A nice easy starter for Mark Allen. He can get on the black. And as you said, Phil, look at the reds, the way they're spread nicely. Good chance.
1.
And whatever pace he plays at, the one thing you can always rely upon with Allen, the cue ball is under control. He's an artist in that regard.
Yeah, I completely agree. Particularly when he gets in around this pink and black area. That short
Spot again, yes.
backswing. Just asking referee Amber Haas just to respot the black. He feels that he should be on this red. It's pretty tight, but he is on the red. But this red is a better angle. Yeah, just going back to his shot time, Phil. I think maybe Mark Allen feels that because of his experience that he can outwit his opponent. A lot more experience in playing in big finals on TV. Zhang been in a couple of finals, won one, lost that English Open to Judd Trump, won over in China. Whereas Mark Allen, well, he's had a litany of finals and big wins. And maybe, just maybe, he feels that he can outwit his opponent in the safety,
14.
create chances, and then score the heavier. And hence why he's taking that little bit more time.
Yes, vying for his 20th professional title this evening. Looking for his 11th world ranking title.
Thank you.
10
15.
pots out of 10, employing the rest so far today.
Yeah, but he won't be entirely happy with that shot. Didn't want that kiss on the red. He's still on the black. He was trying to feed that cue ball. And it's a little tester. So still on these shots. Dangerous on his backswing, but he's managed to still pot the black. Back in
22.
prime position.
23.
Just because he's a born-again grinder, Mark Allen, that doesn't mean he's not a scorer. Bragg of 101 in the 6th frame this afternoon to draw level at 3-3. That was his 607th century in professional competition, and on that mark, he's 10th all-time.
29. $30.
Playing on 2 reds there. One into the right
37.
corner. Also this one into the right centre. Back up for blue.
$38.
When he played for the blue, but he's over on the cue ball. May have to rely on the green here. It's a natural angle. Cue ball down the right hand side for a couple of reds. I think the red beside the pink will pot. And if it does, well, couldn't play
41.
that any better. That was inch perfect. Maybe just has enough of that red. It's pretty tight, but I think he's okay. Now you see his short cue action here. When you see how far the cue goes back, the arm goes back. Look, very short. Holds the cue very light as well, just a few fingers. Not the full grip of the hand. It's quite unique in a way. A lot of players, I think, they go back a lot further with their backswing. But short cue action gives them great control. Very little can go wrong. And the cue is travelling at a shorter distance. And keeps it nice and straight on a plane.
47.
Ooh, didn't want the kiss. Oh.
48.
That was close.
Mark Allen, 48.
With the cue ball in the jaws of the middle pocket, there was a certain amount of uncertainty about whether he would pot it, but I thought he would solve the problem. And now, what an opportunity for Zhang to counter.
Yeah, it was just that previous red, wasn't it? Just got a little kiss on the other red. Was trying to avoid that. It's made that blue a little bit more awkward. Cueing from the middle pocket now. What sort of a reply? Zhang and the muster up here. Wouldn't have expected to come back to the table so soon.
8. $9.
Now, I'm just wondering here, Phil, when he pots this pink, he could leave a nice angle on the next red. So he can take that more difficult red out. No. And that surprised me. He wants to tidy up this loose red, get another 7 points on the board.
15.
Just thinking a few shots ahead here. That red that's just not far from his elbow. It's going to be a problem ball.
16.
No. Well, not the best position on the pink. Can't play that shot. No, it's gone about that wrong. Should have played on that red a couple of shots ago, taking the other red off the side cushion. Chose to,
22.
well, being a little bit conservative there just for the extra 7 points. And it's gone wrong. Chance missed.
Zhang under 22.
The last thing Mark Allen wants to do is take 2 reds away from the cushion, so he just played this single red. Could possibly play the double up into the green pocket with the red. But most importantly, get this cue ball back behind the black. There's the double. But he's got a good cue ball.
It's been a wonderful week for Zhang Anda. I do tend to agree with Alan McManus, though. When you're not used to being involved in finals, and this is only his third, you expend an awful lot of mental energy to get this far in a tournament, especially one where everyone in the field is an elite player. And maybe it will catch up with him. Maybe.
Yeah, he felt it was worth having a go at that red because the cue ball was cushioning into the green. But Mike Allen could put Zhang Anda in a lot of trouble here behind the brown. Go for the red at the same time, playing 2 shots at once. Missed the red, but got the snooker. Yeah, good shot. Yeah, going back to your point there, Phil, even after last night against Mark Selby, I thought I would have taken a lot out of him. That last frame decider after being 4-0 up and being pegged back to 5-all. And I thought he might come out a little bit sort of slow today, but he wasn't, and quite the opposite. Crowds have been wonderful here all week. Big crowds every session. It's been magnificent. And it's great that we're going to be back here for at least another couple of years, Phil. It's good news.
Terrific. Unqualified success this tournament, and we're led to believe that the Tour Championship in Manchester coming up in early April, the ticket sales for that are excellent also.
Oh.
Snooker's on the up.
Miss.
Zhang Anda, though,
Mark Allen 4.
in this match, he's on the way down a little. In danger of going behind for the first time. In grave danger. in terms of leaving Zhang requiring a snooker. The black and one more red is sufficient.
Oh, that was a nice positional shot on the red. Lots of top spin. Right hand side, nicely on this red. And that's the important ball. And this black will probably stop his opponent coming back to the table. Can't take the red off the cushion, but he may be able to play for a double into the opposite middle. Somebody moving in the crowd.
Well, that's extraordinary. Three snookers required.
60.
Yeah, may just roll this red towards the yellow pocket. In or over will do.
Yeah, 16 on the frame.
Zhang concedes, and so Mark Allen, after being 3-0 down at his lowest ebb, now leads for the first time today.
Thank you. The 10th frame. Mark Allen to break.
The target is 10 frames to claim the silverware. That means Mark Allen halfway home. But I think it's going to be a long and winding road before we get to the end. We get to the final destination.
Quiet at the back, please. Thank you.
Yeah, good cue ball, but unfortunately, Zhang knocked the red over this corner pocket. Not going to get enough topspin to get back up for the blue. Yes, he can. It looks like he's going to be topside. Beautiful control. Now, is he playing a loose red, or does he try and go straight into the pink here? Pink it is. Aggressive. Needs a bit of luck. Needs a bit of luck. Has he got it? He's got it, but it's all bad.
6.
Yeah, he's got the red to middle, but the black doesn't pass the red into this right corner pocket. So, can't really get on a colour from that red. And he's got to try and hide the red over this corner pocket. I mean, he's hit this beautifully, nicely on the pink, spread a lot of reds into the open. He's been, well, dreadfully unfortunate there.
Yeah, one mitigating circumstance today, I think, has been for both players when they've gone into the balls. They haven't really cooperated, that being an absolutely prime example.
Mark Allen, 6.
I'm just wondering, Zhang, and I feel that's a big pocket there with the red. Close proximity to it. Could play the red, that long red, maybe if it doesn't go in straight, could go in off the red. I mean, it's very risky.
This has got the makings of a potentially lengthy frame. 4 reds on the left-hand side cushion. Already pink out of the reckoning, black off its spot.
Well, there's a possible shot here, Phil. The red that's closest to this left corner pocket, Mark Allen could possibly play that towards that red over the right corner pocket and maybe plant it. Oh, he's already asked for a re-rack.
Yeah, re-rack it, yeah.
Well, that was a bit premature, but the both of them have decided they're happy for a re-rack.
I think on balance, so am I, because, as I said, I thought we might get a little bit bogged down there somehow.
Yeah, I thought he had a shot. Could have played the plant and still got that cue ball up the left-hand side of the table, but yeah, just going back to the crowds, Phil, again. Wonderful. See so many supporting it this week. Sold out the last few days. And of course, you being from the Birmingham area, you know how strong the leagues are, the district leagues in this area.
Well, the big league in Wolverhampton, the West Midland League, produced some wonderful players, and at its height they had 8 divisions. There's a Telford League, of course. Dawley Social, very close to here, famously had a very good side. That was way back when. Yeah, West Midland's always been a hotbed.
Thank you.
I'm sure you've picked up
Frame
a few
10,
medals
Mark
in your
Allen.
time, Phil. Oh, and how astute you were in the old Green Bays. So here we go again. Good break off from Mark Allen. No red to go at. The last few safety shots from Zhang haven't been his usual best. There's a possible pot on for Mark Allen here. And of course, green and brown, big target to get the cue ball behind. Should he miss it? Missed the first part. Almost got the second. But he's left this red. Great red, considering he didn't really know where the cue ball was going, and that sometimes makes the pot even more difficult. But well, he managed to pot it now. Could have been nicer kiss on the blue, but he's on the yellow here. He's going to need the extension.
In contrast to Mark Allen, who's been perfect with the rest today, Zhang has missed 3 of 7 attempts.
He's got the rest in his hand because he's going to need it again. Unless these 2 reds on the left are planted into this pocket. No, not in direct line. It could be made, but I don't think he'll take it on. I think this red with the rest. And try and get onto the black in the same pocket. Oh, it's a beautiful shot. Beautiful control. Couldn't have played that any better. Sometimes with the rest and you're playing it with a little bit of right-hand side, you can lose the cue ball and go towards that left-hand side cushion. And he played it beautifully and nicely on this black. And even though we've played 9 frames, it's important.
11.
It's almost like a new match this evening session. And we always say, unless you get your first frame on the board, even in this
12.
evening session, you know, you never really sort of settle down. You're always on tender hook, so it's an important sort of little visit here for Zhang. There's a lovely, delicate shot there. Didn't have a great angle on the black, but just look at how well he held
19.
the cue ball for this red, just below the pink. And when he pots this, he can just brush off the red just to the left of it and have the pink into the middle as well as beyond the black. Perfect.
20.
Play some lovely, delicate little shots around the black. Almost go unnoticed, but very important in the for break building.
So much of Zhang snooker this season has been a revelation. How about his scoring? Last season, he made 9 centuries. Already this season, he's made 30.
I feel this is a very
26.
important visit. It's the first time he's gone behind in the match, so he has to respond.
27.
He had a chance in the last frame, just was a little bit conservative.
In the previous 2 rounds, Markey wins over
33.
John Higgins and Mark Selby, multiple world champions both.
34.
His first round match, though, underlined what a fighter he is, what a good temperament he's got. He beat Nopon Sankarm 6-5, made a lovely half-century when it mattered most in the decider, and that set him up for possible glory.
$41.
Yeah, just running out of options now after this red. Not only the pot, but it's imperative he gets a good angle on the black or pink. Oh, that was a nervy one.
41.
That was a nervy one.
It comes back to what I mentioned earlier. That's his 4th failure to pot a ball with the rest today.
Yeah, it's just this red. Well, it could have been a lot easier. It's just crept up the cushion slightly for Mark Allen. Gonna have to play this with quite a bit of right hand side. It's one of these where you almost hit the ball and the cushion at the same time, and the side sort of helps it into the pocket. But it's tricky this. If he catches the red too much, it could be missed. Oh. I think any harder, and it probably would have missed it. Just wriggled in.
1.
Watch this.
Had the blue been on its spot, it would have been better for Alan. A little more angle would have been there.
Six. Mark Allen 6.
Yeah, he's played a good safety shot, but another example of, well, Mark Allen trying to outwit his opponent. Had a possible pot on. Trying to go into the bunch of reds here. Just didn't get enough right hand side on the cue ball. Now this could be dangerous. He'll be splitting up the pack. He's got to be careful he doesn't knock a red towards this right corner pocket. Good target was behind green and brown. The red's gone towards the corner pocket. Has he got the cover? Has he got the cover? Oh, it's very close. He's on the red, but fraught with a lot of danger.
We've talked about how unusual it is, almost unprecedented for a player to be a journeyman for so long and then hit the big time. Zhang. I think it's equally unprecedented for someone to play fluent, attacking, aggressive snooker for 17 years and then for the last 2 to change their whole approach. And that's what Mark Allen has done.
What a pot from Zhang, and as you can see, narrow those middle pockets are, but that was, well, very nice indeed. Second chance to win the frame. He looked a little bit edgy tonight so far. It's understandable. But if he could get this frame on the board, well, I'm sure it would settle him down.
6.
It's the rest again.
Thank you.
He couldn't get
7.
close to the black. But he has got a nice nice enough angle that he can just play out for the red just above the pink into maybe the right centre pocket. But he's got to give this black a little bit of care and attention. This is certainly missable. Oh, good pot once again. Just wriggled its way into the pocket.
14.
As a player, Ken, I'm sure the heart skips a beat when you see it going towards the near jaw in particular.
$15.
He sort of holds his head a little bit. What sort of an angle has he got on the black? Can he? He's got a slight angle. It's not dead straight. He really wants this black, and well, that would put him 57 ahead. Still 67 remaining, so he needs a red and a colour next. Can he punch the cue ball over towards this red on the right hand side? The loose red. Trying to force it in. He can do. Needs a bounce off the cushion though. He's on the red, but well, it's a cut back.
22.
Look at the score. I'm telling him he needs this with a colour. Well, well played. Well played.
23.
Nice kiss on the black as well. That's favourable.
We won't see anything heroic here, because with the disappearance of the black, Mark Allen needs 2 snookers.
30.
I think he will come back to the table. I'd be surprised if he didn't.
Oh, he definitely will, Phil. Well, he's sitting in his chair. Is he going to come back? He is.
30.
He's going to find himself snookered, and he needs snookers himself. Nice little break that from Zhang. There was a few difficult pots in there.
Foul. Zhang under 4.
Now it's
Yeah,
3 snookers.
frame
Now
Zhang
comes the nod of concession. This afternoon it was 3-3 and 4-4. This evening, the very latest, it's 5-5. The glittering Players
frame
Championship
11.
trophy.
Zhang under to break.
Who will lift that later on? Maybe much later on. We're in no position to tell. No wiser than we were at the end of the afternoon. Along with the trophy comes a first prize of £125,000, which equates to 125,000 world ranking points. Don't rule out another re-rack. A perfectly legal shot.
Touching ball.
Oh, that's a relief. Zhang can now play away from the pack and back up into the balk area. Well, he wasn't playing it that way, but he still got the snooker on the 15 reds. So here we are, back to square one maybe. No, it's okay. Once again, he can play away off the reds and try and get that cue ball pretty tight. Shots like these, you don't mind leaving your opponent to be able to come off the side of the pack playing a safety shot rather than snooker him, because otherwise he'll just sort of nestle into the reds again. But yeah, you play this shot, you're sort of forcing your opponent to go, okay, well, he's got to play off the pack or play a different shot rather than just coming off one cushion and rolling into the red. So this will help move matters along nicely. Oh, doesn't want to hit the middle pocket though. Oh, mistake from Mark Allen.
On big occasions like this, the snooker gods tend to play games with players, give them tests. The test for Zhang is to get back into the form showed in the first 3 frames.
One.
You see, I think he's playing his natural game. Allen isn't.
Yeah, another nicely cued pot, centre of the cue ball. We spoke about that today. How often he hits that centre of the cue ball so consistently. I think he was playing for the red.
6.
It was on the black spot. He's come up a little bit short, so he has to play this other red. A bit more work needed on the cue ball.
Seven. $13.
We've discussed this before this week, but I think it's worth mentioning again. He's no respecter of reputations, Zhang. This season alone, he's beaten Ronnie O'Sullivan twice. He's beaten Mark Williams,
14.
Ding Junhui, Judd Trump, Luca Brissell, Mark Allen before at the World Grand Prix in the last 16. John Higgins, Mark Selby. He's beaten the who's who of the game.
$19. $20.
That was a tremendous pot. And lovely control off that. right-hand side cushion for pink into the middle. Now, big shot this. Pots the pink, splits into the reds. But when you're going into the reds, off a colour, and you have to play it with pace, it could be missable. Yeah, it's always missable when you're playing it with pace.
Zhang under 20.
Makes that pot a bit more difficult.
One of those frames where Zhang has done the hard work, and now the beneficiary could be Alan.
One.
Well, the ideal red would be to get on here is the one that's on the black spot. He may not. He's got other options, of course.
6.
But I don't think he can win the frame just playing for blues here all the time. I'd like to get that black or even the pink back on its spot.
7.
I say he couldn't win the frame from blues because it's very difficult, you know, to get topside the blue from all these reds. So I think if you try and get the black back on the spot by taking the red that's on the black spot in a few shots time, that would be, well, that would open the door to winning the frame from this visit. Play for that red now. And wants an angle on the red if you can to get close to the black.
12.
Or bring the black into play. He's got a nice angle.
Four hours of actual playing time so far. And we're nowhere near the finishing line.
$13.
Just can't seem to build any kind of rhythm. The change in Alan as a player came
13.
after last season's British Open. He played brilliantly in the British Open, but lost in the final, surprisingly, to Ryan Day. Thereafter, he became a lot tougher as a match player and had success winning the Northern Ireland Open, UK Championship and World Grand Prix. This season, he's won the Champion of Champions and the Shootout. Don't know whether you concur with this, Ken, but I think the big difference for me today with Mark Allen is that while he's been very studious for a while now in tactical situations such as this, when he's been in amongst the balls, he's been pretty much the same as he used to be. Today, even when he's in a break-building situation, he's taking his time, some might say excessively, for his own good.
Yeah, maybe he's just been a little bit overcautious. Not letting his sort of natural ability just take over. Right, Go back to that point I made earlier. Oh, this little kiss on the yellow could, well, it's no good for Mark Allen. Almost making its way behind pink and brown there. Yeah, go back to the point I made earlier. He probably feels that he's more experienced at this level, playing in front of, you know, the cameras and big finals than his opponent. And maybe he's just been a little bit too studious, a little bit too careful, that he thinks he can outwit his opponent and create more chances. But at the moment, that's not happening. It's quite the opposite. He's just not scoring the way he would like to score or possibly can score. He's just not being aggressive enough.
Yeah, over the years, Mark Allen has been able to intimidate opponents at his best. He's simply wonderful.
Zhang under 1.
Yeah, the other point of the argument is, well, who can argue with him? He's having his most successful sort of tenure as a professional since he adopted this sort of playing style. He's won a number of tournaments over the last couple of years. He's risen to number 3 in the world rankings. And he's become, well, one of the toughest players on the circuit. So there's pros and cons to the way he's playing.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And also, one great ace up his sleeve. If it gets close, he has got so much bottle.
Oh, that's a bad mistake. So much room for error there to miss the pink and brown. And he's left Mark Allen a chance now. It's a shot that he's very reliable on. Long putt success though today, 63%. Pretty low for him. But this is a shot. He's very proficient at. Yeah, very good. Very, very good. Poor safety shot from his opponent. And now a wonderful opportunity.
Yeah, that was much more like it. Will the real Mark Allen now stand up and start to take a grip of the match?
Seven. Eight.
Just about playing for pink or black there, but now playing the red, maybe just below the black spot. It's the go, the cue ball. That could have been a little shake of the head. Cue ball hasn't travelled as far as he would have liked. Now he's got a bit more of an acute angle on this red. He's looking at the scoreboard, but this should have been a lot easier. He'll have to stretch for this. No, he's missed it. He's missed it. That was a poor shot on the black.
15.
I didn't expect him to miss that, but it was a little bit more difficult than it should have been. It was this cue ball. Needed to run just another, well, just a couple of inches. It would have been perfect. This could be costly.
1.
Well, he hasn't played that too well. A bit more distance between cue ball and black. Once again, he's got to drop this in. Almost dead weight. Hold for one of these reds into the left corner. Oh, nicely played when he's on the red.
Eight.
Another crucial visit this. Can Zhang re-establish the lead? No reason why not, other than pressure.
No.
Played that well. Obviously left himself a nice angle. He's just got to play a delicate little cannon into the red directly above the black here. Just brush it out away. Yeah, nicely played. When he's on the red into the left centre, or this red into the corner.
16. $17.
Well, slightly hesitant because he wanted to be straighter on this pink. It would have been just virtually straightforward just to screw the ball back for the red into the same pocket. Now you see the angle on the pink. He's sort of going towards that red just to the right of it, so you may have to play a little cannon here. Try and promote that red towards the right centre pocket. Could go wrong. So it's just taking a little bit more time. Well, he could hold the cue ball.
$23. Okay.
It's one thing he's very good at, Phil. He can play these deft little sort of holding shots, digging deep into the cue ball. Wonderful control.
This frame now looks like going
31.
west for that man. Only himself to blame because he had a wonderful opportunity to win it.
32.
Uncharacteristically played a poor positional shot. And the blue is frame ball.
Well, you raised a question, Phil, earlier about maybe his infallibility, but at the moment he's
39.
unflappable. Even when he's gone behind, he's responded so well. Still looks very comfortable. Doesn't look like even that match last night. Is that any effect on him? Now, will it affect him
42.
as this match goes a bit deeper and closer towards the end? But at the moment, still looks pretty fresh, pretty cool, very composed.
46.
He's taking these nicely.
Yeah, sometimes players who look calm aren't. But I think he really is.
51. $57. 64 in the frame.
Zhang will not go away with the highest break of the evening session so far. He returns to the ascendancy. 6-5.
Thank you. Frame 12. Mark Allen to break.
It's the 12th frame, as
Settle
referee
down,
Jan
please.
Bahas has
Thank
just
you.
told us. And one that Mark Allen, I think, badly needs to win. That's not overstating it. If he gets 6 at the interval, he can regroup. 7-5 down. Of course he's capable of coming back. But it would be a tough task.
One.
Yeah, another wonderful pot. Sent the ball striking once again. He's going to take on this yellow. There's plenty of value in it. Could play for, well, reds into the right corner pocket or left corner. A slight angle on the yellows. Yeah, good pot. Cue ball could have done with going a little bit further, but
3.
never easy into the middle pockets. Can he reach this, or will he need the rest? Maybe the extension on the bottom of his cue. Now he feels he can reach it. Just going to drop this in. Missed the red just below it. Off the cushion with the cue ball. Well, no good hold the cue ball, so nicely played.
If Zhang re-enters the zone, watch out. Twice already this week, he's been firmly in the groove and looked phenomenal. Went from 1-0 down to 5-1 up against John Higgins in the quarterfinals, making a series of sizable breaks. And then last night in the semi-final, he led 4-0, outscoring Selby before the interval, 388 points to 5. If he gets into one of those kind of dominant spells, Mark Allen's in trouble.
Well, I took the opportunity to go into the pack of reds there. Just didn't get enough top spin on the cue ball to arc cue ball towards the pack, but he's still, well, he's left himself slung red. Oh, this time. Well, it's a shot. He's been very good at all week, but this time, there was the shot. Just as you say, didn't get enough spin on the cue ball.
That was really well cued, and that's the kind of shot that instills belief in a player.
Yeah, lovely shot and plenty of action on the cue ball as well. Back to the ball, he's got a nice angle on the brown. Just over on the cue ball slightly. Still on this red, but he's going to have to go off the pack here.
Six.
Nicely played. He's played that very, very well.
8.
Played for a couple of reds, red into the left centre, but also this red just below the pink into the right centre. And, well, he couldn't have placed it better with his hand. Perfect on this red.
9.
Like the tempo of this break.
16.
That's an encouraging sign.
17.
Yeah, it just looks like he's the pace a little bit. That misread in the last round, well, that would have certainly annoyed him. Chance to rectify that mistake.
$24. $25.
Not dashing around the table. He shouldn't, but he's also not mired in indecision. He's much more incisive.
$32. $33.
He's played for the red just to the right of the pink spot. Would have liked to be in a little bit straighter on it. Oh, and potting this red, that would have released the red just to the left of the pink spot.
41.
He's hoping to go by the blue and have the blue into the right centre. So needs a good recovery here. It wiggled in, but he's not on the red nicely. He's playing for the red into the right centre pocket, but
46.
Onto that cue ball to travel another 4 or 5 inches down towards his top cushion, so he's straighter on this red. May not. Well, the only possibility is a double. You won't try and take that red on into that right centre. Could play a double. But if it doesn't go in, he'd be forfeiting his slight advantage. So safety it is. We're up using the yellow as a blocker here. Get it tight to that ball cushion. He's hit this all wrong. And he's got away with it. Wow, what a flick on the blue that could prove to be. That was extremely lucky.
Alan's scoring power just not there today. He's only made one break in excess of 50. The 101 with which he stylishly drew level at 3-3. Next highest break, 48.
It's all about pace. Doesn't want to hit it too hard and leave a red on. Could leave a red on. Well, it looks pretty good. Well, it's just flicked off this red. Is he on it? Can he pot it? But be careful, doesn't push it. Nicely played.
One.
He's on the pink.
Just want to measure that. Mark. Oh no. 7.
For a moment there, Jan Verhaas thought that was a tight squeeze to put the pink back on its spot, but it went on easily.
Eight.
From here, it really should be 6-6.
$15.
This red in any colour will leave Zhang requiring a snooker.
$16.
Thrust and counter thrust. So hard, even at this advanced stage, to forecast a winner.
Mark Allen, 23.
But with the disappearance of that red, the frame would have been over. Now, Allen will have to expend some more mental energy. Zhang needs a couple of snookers, but who knows?
I think he's done well here, Mark. You would expect to win the frame here and go into the mid-session interval all square once again. He hasn't played his best, as you refer to. His break building just hasn't been on point as yet. But he's sticking in there. And that's what all great champions and players do. They just stick in there until they require their best towards the end of matches. And that's still a possibility. It's still going to be difficult to call. Of both players, you would feel that Zhang looks more comfortable making breaks, looks more fluent, more dangerous when he gets his chance. He's going to win a frame in one visit. But as long as Alan keeps sticking with him, he can only get better. Well, this may be a chance. If this red stays over the corner pocket, no. I thought it could have been a chance if the red stayed there. Because the red behind the black is in a wonderful position for snookers.
Alan won't be impatient, he's far too experienced for that, but he would like to put this frame to bed as swiftly as possible.
This looks good. I was just going to say, I mean, the way the colours are positioned, it's only conducive to snookers. And Alan's got a perfect one. Two cushion escape, trying to glance off that red just left of the pink. Good hit.
When you play professional snooker for 19 years like Mark Allen, you see some crazy frames won from nowhere. That's why he's taking absolutely nothing for granted.
Not that difficult to hit, but get it safe. Missed it. He's missed it.
Foul. Mark Allen. Then conceded. Saying Mark Allen.
He concedes, and that means we go to the interval in the evening session, all square at 6-6. This is set up a treat.
Gentlemen, for the final time this week, please welcome your world-class finalists, Zhang and Mark Allen.
Here we go then. This is the time of the tournament when we find out who wants it the most. Now that the winning line is in sight, will either one of them make a move for it? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Or is this going to be
frame 13,
6 each as we resume for the final mini session of the Players' Championship final.
but this is a part of a final where you're supposed to find a gear to pull away from your opponent. Now that, you would think, would be Mark Allen, ranked number 3 in the world. Much more experienced in this situation than his opponent. So for me, you'd be looking at Mark Allen to find an extra gear and just move away. Show why he is ranked at number 3 in the world. But there's not been anything really in his game tonight suggests to me that that's going to happen.
Lovely pot from Jang, similar actually to the very first frame of the match.
Eight.
Looking at red to far corner to continue.
Nine.
It's worth reiterating, he's already won a tournament, a big one this season, the International Championship. It's not like he's never won a trophy, so you know that he can close the deal. He gets into that position.
Well, he's got a lovely shot if he chooses to play it. The red that's just to the left of the main bunch. If he goes through the gap of that red and the bunch, the cue ball should just go through, open all the reds up, and present a chance to win the frame. And he's played a much more reserved cannon. Okay, it's fine. He's on a red. But
16.
what I think one of these players needs to do is really just, really go for it. Really play some aggressive shots. Because that in itself breeds confidence and sends a sign to your opponent. Everything today has been very measured and risk-free, if you like.
Yeah, they're like a couple of boxers who are happy to let it be resolved on points, which of course for us means a decider, I guess, later.
$22.
Yeah, I once questioned Judd Trump for refusing a shot in a final, and Mark Williams said to me, you don't play the game anymore. The game's changed. I said, well, the game used to be about potting balls to me. Surely that's still the way to win.
$23.
Yeah, go back to the earlier shot in the black. If he goes into the plays the aggressive shot, opens the red everywhere, this doesn't become a problem. Having to be too accurate with the cue ball. He's now out of position. Okay, the pink's still potable. We'll still pot it, but at this stage of the match, when the pressure's on, you want things to be as easy as possible, not difficult.
29.
We've had a few one-sided finals of late. In fact, the last ranking final to go to a decider was over a year ago. It was the World Grand Prix in January 2023, won by a certain Mark Allen. Different sort of match because he was a long way in front in that 7-2 up against Judd Trump.
$30.
One easy red remaining to the left of the black. It's got a beautiful angle in the blue to go into that top red of the 7 in the middle of the table. Doesn't have to go in at full pace. Well, if we can have a look at that, we can have
Mark Allen
and see if we can see if there was an obvious plant here. Well, it's not obvious really. It's a little bit unlucky. He's not left anything, though.
Yeah, so either way, another promising opening ends rather prematurely. Mark Allen made a century in frame 6, but he hasn't made another break over 50 in the match. It's been a little bit stop-start. Zhang was reasonably fluent early on because he was 3-0 up. But again, more recently the breaks have dried up. He had that 64 in the 11th, but it's just, as I say, become a bit disjointed.
One.
Cue ball and object ball, a bit close together, but he's got the kind of action that's okay for this kind of shot, and cue ball will be naturally going across for a red to left corner. Not quite come down far enough for the red at the bottom of the 4.
6.
And the top one goes as well, looks like. As I said, looking for Mark Allen to find a gear at this business end of this final.
Thank you.
Much better shot. Very good.
7.
We've been talking all day about his average shot time being about 29 seconds, 30 seconds. Where the first round of Williams, it was 20-21. He needs to find that kind of pace again, I think. That'll definitely help him
13.
find that extra gear. I don't think there's been a player in history that has not benefited from picking up the pace a bit.
$20. 21. 28. $29.
I'm not sure if he's tempted to screw the cue ball into the red in the left cushion here. He's bound to be on the red to right corner. Didn't even look at it because he's going to need.
34.
Well, going to need all of these reds really to stop his opponent coming back to the table. I thought that was a possibility there. But he's choosing to clear away all the open reds first.
$35.
He could play a cannon on the red that's closest to the right middle here. Leave himself the other red to the right corner. No, decided just to drop on it. Just picking the reds off one by one.
42. $43. Thank you.
Really surprised he didn't play that last cannon. Really am. This task has just got so much more difficult. Nicely on this red, and he's obviously left-handed, so
50.
expect him to pot this. Probably screw back for the blue.
$51.
Hans Cannon, this red, this frame ball, this is his second highest break of the whole match.
$57.
Is Mark Allen now making his move in this final?
Yep, really great break, you have to say.
62.
Okay, I think he made it more difficult than it might have needed to be, but still superb cue ball control to take those three awkward reds off the cushions, get the angles on the colours
64.
to get there to take them off. And this break might be, as you say, David, the spark that moves him away in this final.
Zhang was a little unlucky when
64 and a
he
frame.
knocked that red in going into the pack, but Mark Allen has pounced with a break of 64. In this seesaw battle, he's in front at 7-6.
Here, frame
So
14.
Mark Allen, who trailed
Mark
3-0
Allen.
earlier today, remember he potted that great black at the end of the afternoon to make it 4-4. He's now, for only the second time today, in front, 7-6. Question is this the start, as I say, of a move to the line? What was significant, I think, about that last frame was he did make a sizable break. Prior to that, frames he's been winning, apart from the century earlier, has been bits and pieces. Wow, he was close to that one. Took a while deciding what to do. And he looked to have hit it well. Well, that was handy, that little flick. Got to be mindful, just a couple of loose reds here, he can't afford to leave on. Been a terrific week here. I think these Players Series events are growing in stature every year. They're tournaments everyone wants to be in. If you are in them, you know you've had a good season. You know you're in with the other big boys in the game. And you know you've got to play well. Mark Allen, remember, started the week with 3 centuries in a row against Mark Williams, including a 1-4-6. How he'd love to find that sort of form right at the end of the week. And we are back next year. Tickets go on sale next week, in fact.
Yeah.
Again, it was just a little flick there that helped Mark Allen out.
Touching ball.
This is where I wouldn't actually mind leaving Zhang a pot in this red to left corner, but as long as you get the cue ball tight on that baulk cushion, relatively straight, he's not going to be able to get in a colour. And if he's forced into going for it, it'll be so difficult, you might even get a chance of being let in. Re-rack, is it?
You want to re-rack it? Yeah, re-rack.
Well, second one of the night. Interesting because, okay, you didn't want to leave the long red on, but he had touching ball. He could have played safe, could have found a spot, as you say, down the other end of the table, but just decided he would rather get on with it, and his opponent agreed. So Jan Bahas, who's refereeing his 39th ranking final. That's a record for any referee. He's setting them up again. He's been around a while now, Jan, and what a terrific referee he is. He spends a lot of time now on the rules committee and doing some tournament directing, but he's one of the best we've ever seen out in the middle. So we start frame 14 of the final again. Mark Allen leads 7-6.
Frame 14. Mark Allen to it.
Good length of the cue ball from Zhang. His manner hasn't really changed all day, whether he was in front earlier or now that he's behind. Of course, he was put under a lot of pressure last night. He did respond in the end. He won that decider against Selby. He's second of the week. The other was a 6-4. Higgins came back at him. He held him off in the previous round. So he's used to these nail biters this week.
Yeah, 5-4 down to Nopon Sankam in the first round as well. So if he could somehow come through and win this tournament, he's not had it easy by any stretch. Pressure on this safety shot not to make contact with a bolt colour full ball. And that's very good. The red that's to the left of the blue, closest to ball carrier, sure has a chance of playing that as a into the right corner as a shot to nothing, leaving the cue ball on the black cushion. You'd be on the black, and you wouldn't leave anything should you miss it, but he's obviously not looking at that. Well, he's caught the safety shot all wrong.
Foul.
I mean, it's hard to imagine a worse result from that safety shot. When you look at the Reds.
Yeah, help yourself time for Zhang. And you see 21 minutes since his last pot, but chance to really get going again in this frame as he tries to keep pace with Allen. Ties break 82. That was in frame 2 of the match this afternoon. He's had 3 half-centuries since then. But what he wants here is a frame-winning break.
Well, the way he plays, you would think this is tailor-made, because he's very much plain ball. Very rarely puts side on, and very accurate. So this is a pretty simple chance, but so we're getting to the business end of this match now, so it's quite easy to just have a little lapse in concentration, little lapse of composure. Sometimes you come to these situations, you just think, well, I've got to score here, surely. And you just,
12.
As I say, you just don't put the attention into it. He's got to show his opponent he's still in there scoring at this stage.
13.
Yes, some players create a certain dynamic around a table, just the way they, when they're playing well, they sort of strut round it. A Neil Robertson or a Sean Murphy at their best. He doesn't do that, but in a way, it's his understated sort of brilliance that makes him dangerous. The sort of relentless way he plays, the fact that he doesn't give much away when he's at the table. Even that re-rack, he sort of just smiled, seems to be really enjoying the whole occasion today.
I suppose the only difficult thing,
24.
the Reds are all in easy positions, but see the pink and black are out of commission. I think even if he was to pot the black here, he could play for it for the right corner, but where does it go? If he pots it, it'll still be out of commission.
$25.
Just wondering if he can play topspin off the cushion, play a cannon on the red that's on the black spot here. He didn't attempt to put any side on the cue ball, and that is a shocker.
30.
And that's about as much emotion as you'll see from Jang. He was disgusted by that shot. As I say, he plays everything plain ball, but he needed a bit of left-hand side on the cue ball there. I thought it was worth a risk to play a cannon on the 2 reds in the black spot. Bound to be on a red. He's just in his break building. He's just, some of his shot selections are a little bit limited. Got found out in the previous frame as well, didn't play the right shot. What a chance missed.
Yeah, made just 30 from that.
Jang 30.
Excellent chance to, well, to win the frame. Yeah, the red over on the right-hand side near the corner is a concern to him. He doesn't want to leave that on. And as he's trailing in the frame, he's not going to do much here, I don't think. Just roll to the red and leave Zhang with the problem of what to do. Yeah. Well, it's a bit of stalemate if he's just going to roll away, because Mark Allen, as he's trailing, doesn't need to do much unless he feels he can cover that red.
Yeah, if he plays up the table off the red that's just below the pink, the cue ball and the baulk cushion, sort of middle of the baulk cushion, he doesn't leave the red over the right corner pocket, and he puts Mark Allen in all sorts of trouble. Got to play that shot, because if you keep sort of tapping the cue ball around this end of the table, well, you could end up, I'm not saying it would be, the possibility of another re-rack. Mark Allen wouldn't mind. Got to play the aggressive safety shot here for me.
Yeah, if you keep tip-tapping, eventually the referee can step in and tell you, you know, you got 3 shots each or something like that. So he's having to sort of break free of that.
Yeah, it took him a while, but he finally played the right shot. I think the pattern today's final, actually, that many of the shots look quite obvious, taking a while to play it. And he played it very well in the end.
So that removes the danger of that red that was close to the pocket. There's the playing time, 5 hours.
He's looking at coming off cushion first. Side cushion and potting this red. He knows he'll be in the black. Playing it dead weight. Should he get the red? But obviously if he misses it, he just leaves the world on for his opponent. But it comes with risks. Decided to play with pace. Try and get the cue ball out of there. If he'd missed the red, the cue ball, I don't think would have gone on that path, but he's playing the next shot. That's the most important thing.
Bramble. Zhang under 1.
Well, 35 in front, he took the opportunity to push the brown safe-ish.
Yeah, Mark Allen did something similar today. A little bit premature, I would suggest, to do that. With all the reds that are still on the table. Well, both these reds are in the black spot. I think that red that Mark Allen just missed has made this pocket huge. I think this is pretty much unmissable. Thin would be the only way you'd miss it. And that's what he's done. That is what he's done. That's incredible. Are we seeing the first signs of real weakness from Jang in this final? He was in first in this frame, didn't convert, and that was a weak miss. You have
All these reds possible.
played so well to go. Well, he went 3-0 up, but the 10 frames that have come after it, he's only won 3 of them. Jang. This was a bad miss. He was on the way. He knew he'd missed it as soon as he hit it. Real big moment now in this final. Mark Allen knows it.
6. Seven.
Yeah, and he shouldn't need that brown. Assuming he gets down that far, should be over the line by then.
Twelve. Thank you. 13. 18.
The other thing in the background for Alan, he's projected at the moment to end the season as world number 1, which would be a first for him. He's currently at his highest ever position in 3. A lot can happen, of course, between now and the end of the World Championship with all the big points still to come, but I'm sure that's a target he's got. That would be a proud moment. Remember, it's 125,000 ranking points here tonight if you're successful. Of course, he's yet to become world champion, but 2 Northern Irishmen who made it, Alex Higgins and Dennis Taylor, they didn't achieve that world number 1 spot.
26.
There was a bloke around in those days called Steve Davis who tended to monopolise top of the rankings.
$31. $32.
Well, if you're going to have your money on any player to judge this cannon
38.
properly, there wouldn't be many in front of Mark Allen. He'll be absolutely spitting feathers. As I said, he would have known this is a real chance to, well, just a real statement in this end of this final. He's seen his opponent squander 2 great chances, and that was a chance to really heap the pressure on. Okay, you can still win the frame, obviously, but to do it in that one visit, it meant a lot.
38.
Well, you saw Mark Allen shaking his head, and that was why he hadn't covered the red. What a pot from Jang. Cannon worked out nicely also. 2 cannons, actually.
Yeah, those long pots where, as I say, can aim plain ball, middle of the cue ball, doesn't have to hit them too hard.
6.
Very, very good at those. An angle here to take the red off the cushion in potting this one. Should, you would think, guaranteed on pink or black.
7.
Well, I was saying what a body blow it would be to Jang
14.
to lose this frame. Well, the opposite now could happen. What a real blow to Mark Allen, losing this frame. Twists and turns.
Yeah, he's staring at that scoreboard because he needs at least a pink here.
Yeah, the brown that he put there when he didn't really need to has now become important.
Red and blue would be 17, then the yellow and green would be 22 in front with 22 on. So he needs at least a pink off this to be able to win the frame here without that brown.
15.
Play with a touch of left-hand side here to get closer to the yellow. And you see, he just doesn't like playing shots with lots of side. And a lot of the top players would have
21.
been using run inside to get up close to the yellow there. He didn't fancy it, so this yellow is definitely missable from this distance.
Zhang under 21.
And is there an angle on this yellow for Mark Allen to maybe risk taking the brown off the cushion to stay on the green? His opponent is definitely weakening in this match.
They've brought the brown off, so this is the shot now, this green. Everything else is there waiting.
Yeah, great shot. Sacrificed. Nice position on the green to take the brown off. And now it's going to pay dividends.
Nine.
Yeah, I mean, he went wrong when he was in positionally, but he certainly looks the more confident of the two, which maybe wasn't necessarily the case this afternoon. But he's sensing that his opponent is struggling now. Well, where's this cue ball going to be? Not good is the answer.
Yeah, no man's land really. And the problem for Mark is he needs black as well.
I mentioned Steve Davis. This is a bit like his pink in the first maximum in 1982.
Yeah, screw off side cushion here. Top cushion. The check side.
Mark Allen, 14.
I cannot believe it. After he potted that magnificent green, this shot on the brown it's just got into the cue ball so much.
There it is again. I bet Zhang cannot believe that he's come back to the table here. The struggles he's had in this frame. Just needs the pink, and we're level again. And it's not there. Wow.
Thank you.
It's even worse than had Allen just won the frame when he was in. Has Zhang got anything
6.
left to give now? He's really struggling. Held up so well all week.
Thirteen.
Very relieved.
Mark Allen.
But he was able to come back to the table and pop pink and black, and he is now just 2 away from becoming champion. He leads in Telford 8-6. There's one of life's great philosophical questions. Where's the cue ball going? Well, where's the trophy going? At the moment, it looks like we'll be going back to Antrim, but we know that there's plenty of time left for more twists. Zhang had a lot of chances. Remember, he got in off the in-off originally from Allen, made just 30. Had the chance after that, missed the yellow. Then Mark Allen didn't finish good on the pink, left it. Jang didn't pot it. So this Johnston's Paint Players' Championship final at the moment is in the hands of Allen. 8-6, he needs 2 more. Can he close it out, though? There haven't been clean kills in these frames. That last one certainly wasn't. But the drama quotient has been very high. Zhang just trying to regroup, regather his thoughts. Not easy, though, in the heat of battle to do that.
Yeah, it's going to take a huge effort to pick himself up from that frame. Counted at least 4 gilt-edged chances to win it. And that's normally at this stage of a final at this level, that's not going to do it. As I said, world number 3. After that last interval, you'd expect him to do something. Okay, it's not been utterly convincing. Took 2 or 3 chances in the last frame, but he has got that 2-frame advantage now.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Frame 15.
You wonder what Zhang has got left to give now. He's had some titanic struggles this week.
Getting some good support from this crowd. I think people have warned to him this week. Let's see if he can recover his composure from what happened there in that last frame. It wasn't just at the end when he missed the pink, it was everything before that. Mark Allen was 3-0 down, so he's won 8 of the last 11 frames. Good safety, just keeping the pressure on. He knows what Zhang needs right now is an easy chance to resettle himself, pot a few, so that will be on Allen's mind. Do not give him anything. Yeah, nice shot. He's opened a few up. He's got the cue ball in a safe spot. Well, now Ali Carter's feeling, because, of course, he's, at the moment, in terms of the new event in Riyadh, which is a big money tournament coming up, Zhang wins the final. Ali misses out on that. Mark Allen wins it. He gets in the top 8. Be feeling better now than he was earlier in the day. Again, there was one earlier on tonight where it looked like he might have been successful, just stayed out. But obviously the cue ball as well was a big part of that shot. Well, he's done exactly what he didn't want to do. The last thing he wanted to do was set up a straightforward initial pot for Zhang here. This went all wrong, this shot. So, we'll find out maybe now how Zhang's feeling. How many will he make here?
1.
Thing is, in long matches, you can have real bad spells and still there's time to turn it round.
Six.
Well, he took the chance there to try and open a few up.
Seven.
Yeah, just not got the control, has he, of the cue ball that he had in, well, pretty much all of these matches against Higgins and Selby in the first 3 frames today here. He's just struggling.
Green ball.
It's the biggest test in snooker. It's when
10.
the most pressure is on in situations like this. Can you still keep control of your technique and keep control of that cue ball to make every shot as easy as it can be?
11.
Yeah, and again, that's not a good shot. I'm not sure what red he was playing for, the one at the bottom of the three around the pink spot or the one in the black spot. But whichever, he's on neither. You can get his cue through them between these two reds. He's been a little bit fortunate. But this is not an easy shot in terms of position. Can he avoid the reds? He couldn't avoid the cannon on the black. He just can't buy a good positional shot really at the moment. Or certainly not two in a row. It's all becoming a struggle.
Yeah, and he's got a big shot here as well. You know, he has struggled a bit in the last 15 minutes or so. Can he knock this blue in to keep the break going? Yes, he can. Nicely done, that. It's the sort of ball you fancy him for, but just in the context of what's been happening lately, there was pressure on it.
21.
Yeah, it was a good bit of cueing. Again, there's just nothing easy at the moment. Yeah, you just felt a miss was coming because he just couldn't get that cue ball
21
in position to make a break. Shots were becoming harder and harder. Something had to give in the end.
Well, it's a big chance that. Mark Allen must sense this match is there for the taking now, but the red's not in.
Yeah, you can almost tell the body language of Mark Allen, can't you? He came out after the interval mid-session this evening and looked to be more just in his, as I say, in his body language around the table. But in this, very tentative again. I didn't feel he was fully committed.
No, and he's a bit fortunate really not to leave the cut on the red. So, Zhang 21 in front here in frame 15.
Thanks, Mark.
And Zhang's going to get another chance here. Red to left corner. It feels like Mark Allen is kind of in control, and yet at the same time keeps on relinquishing that control, or at least leaving opportunities. Here's another one for Zhang. Oh, well, didn't know where to look there. The red was barreling towards the opposite corner, nearly fluked it. But just indicative of how he's been struggling. As I say, nearly could have fluked it twice, actually. The fact is, it's over the pocket. I guess the only thing here, the black's gone safe, and the pink's tied up at the minute as well. So it could be maybe more straightforward.
Thank you. 1.
Yeah, not the best start positionally, and he's again got a sort of rueful look on his face, and giving a little chunder to himself. As I say, I mean, Zhang is now missing everything. Mark Allen will be feeling, I've got him here, but it's still hard work.
Mark Allen 1.
Well, he had a long think about that. He felt it was worth pressing, taking the yellow on, but didn't pot it. And another chance comes Zhang's way.
One.
Yeah, it's a strange visit to the table from Mark Allen, but missing that yellow by
3.
a proverbial mile. He seems to have gone into his shell again after taking a 2-frame lead. People will say don't be too critical because there's a lot of pressure out there, but I'm sorry, the best players in the world are supposed to cope with the pressure.
Well, Zhang basically
9.
needed a sitter, didn't he, to start, and that's what he got. So let's see what sort of lead he can build here. Because the more he sees Allen struggle, the more likely he'll recover. You know, he was there for the taking here, but he's at the table again.
Ten. $15. 16. Zhang under 16.
So we got our answer. How many he would make? 16. Okay, black and pink no good, but he was on that blue pretty nicely.
Well, the position of the table, you wouldn't expect him to win the frame at this visit, but you'll be hoping to maybe score a few points to get back into the frame. And does he risk the double? I think it's worth a risk.
6.
Because you can bring the cue ball to the black cushion. Okay, when you miss a double, you've no idea where the object ball's going to go, but I think he feels he has to take this on. Pink's there waiting.
Mark Allen 6.
Well, Zhang has basically confounded people all season, hasn't he? And even though he's been struggling, suddenly he knocks that in. You just never know. This final is still anyone's. I didn't see anybody at the start of the season when various predictions are made who's going to break through, who's going to come through and win a tournament. I didn't see anyone mention him. But here he is. In his third final in a ranking event this season, he's already won one. For the season, he's third on that one-year list, so, you know, he's here on merit and then some. Can he just get over the line in this frame? If he can make it 8-7, then maybe he'll regroup having won a frame.
Zhang under 7.
Well, Alan's struggling as well now. I mean, the last shot Zhang played, that red was relatively safe. He's 37 in front. He still moved it. So took away some of the security he had. But now he's got another chance here. A couple of reds needed to just stem the tide a bit.
One.
Well, it's not the right side of the blue for the red, so still making hard work of things. What's the pink? He's 44 in front. The next red, Allen needs a snooker. So that's the equation. And despite everything, surely that's what he's going to do. Okay, he's slightly hampered, but he just needs the red.
7.
And despite all the agonies, and this is, as I say, still just slightly hampered, but despite all his agonies, it looks like it'll be 8-7. And he's still in this final.
8.
He looked like he'd gone, let's be honest, but he managed to just steel himself to do enough here, so it would seem. The pink for the extra points. Mark Allen had sundry chances there to make it 9-6, or
14.
at least put himself in the position to do that. Now he needs 2 snookers to tie. All eyes are on him, whether he's going to get out of his chair. He's not going to. So, Zhang, okay, it wasn't a pretty frame at all, but he's won it, and he's back to within 1-7. So, very scrappy frame has gone to Zhang, and having lost
16.
2 after
Mark
the interval,
Allen
he's now back within 1. 8-7 to Mark
Quietly,
Allen. It's
please.
first to 10 to become Players' Champion this evening. Plenty of people still here. I'm sure they will be to the end, and it could be a while yet, because it looked as if Zhang was really struggling. It looked like Mark Allen would get enough chances for 9-6 and then probably 10-6, but it didn't happen in that last frame, and he didn't want to come back and play for the snookers. He looked thoroughly fed up, actually.
Yeah, you would fancy from here on in the big breaks will have dried up. 40s, 50s and 60s become the premium now at this stage. Has he got cover? No. I think he's got the angle here to play topspin. 2 cushions for the black. I'm not sure where he's pointing at the top of his cue there. He's maybe not got as much angle as I thought. That's pretty straight. You can play this kind of like a stun run through of 2 cushions. And he's done pretty well. This is not going to be easy, though, to negotiate in and out of bulk, because the cue ball's closer to the side cushion and quite an acute angle on the blue. And that's end of break.
6. under 6.
Well, disappointed, I'm sure, not to continue, but he has steadied things here. He's playing some of his worst snooker of the week and still won a frame. So that tells you something. It tells you that Mark Allen didn't press on. For that, he left a chance at the plant. Had to be slightly made, of course. It's going to be very tense now. It's hard to see how this is going to be resolved with either player suddenly making centuries. It's going to be hard fought, exciting, I'm sure. That was not close. Not sure if that shout was a support or an instruction.
Yeah, it's more like the snooker that he's been playing all week. Crisp hit right in the middle of the pocket. There's no doubt he's been lit off the hook in the previous frame. And he's just, body language, you can just sense a little bit of confidence maybe creeping back. Certainly with that last shot anyway. That was beautifully struck. Beautiful angle in the blue. If you wanted to go in and out of baulk in between green and brown, run inside, baulk cushion, right cushion, into the pack. It's a huge target. If he's playing pink into the pack, it's very difficult to dislodge reds. Yeah, it's just sometimes he just doesn't see the right shot, the aggressive shot, to really bring things into the open.
7.
See how wide a target that pack of reds was coming from that right side of the table. But he's still at the table. You've got this red to right corner.
Eight. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a plant at the top of the pack to the left corner. There's 2 reds to the left of the pink. Certainly going in that direction. Just going to the right jaw that need to be made. Gotta be careful he doesn't go into them here and pot the plant. Playing the blue at the corner was kind of putting all your eggs in one basket, but I think he's on the red below the black.
13. $14.
He's coming around to look at those 2 reds now. think they're pretty easily made.
$19.
It's just got to be mindful of the position here. It's the cue ball. Oh, it's playing. I don't understand that shot. I don't understand the shot playing topspin there. He's got some sort of pot in the pink to the left corner. Screw back for the red that's below the black to the left corner here. And the black end of the table. I say, just peeling off those reds one at a time. And we're not making this break easy.
Zhang under 20. One. Eight.
That was nicely played.
Nine.
Nice angle here if he wanted to screw into the bunch. Looks like he's going to play for the loose reds. He had a good look at the reds before he played that previous shot before
16.
the black. I don't know whether there's any plants available or just wanted to see the shape of the bunch when he plays to open them up.
17.
Not got a great angle in the blue, unless he was to play topspin off the left cushion, just off one cushion into them. Looks like he'll have to play for the open red.
$22.
No, that's what he was looking at before. There's two reds. Well, they're directly in line with the pocket, but if there's a red in between the two of them, that's what he's paying attention to. It's all good.
23.
Yeah, and this is where he's sort of found close control. Really needs to come to the fore. Zhang didn't control things when he was in. Missed that tricky pink in the end. Well, Callan steeling himself for an important visit here. Try and reassert himself in this match after what happened in that last frame.
30. $31.
Nice. The reason
36.
sort of gesticulating with his body there. He wanted to be high in this red just so he could nudge those 4 reds apart. He may still be able to do it, force an angle. Yep, he could do just.
37.
But because he had to really force that, he wasn't able to control the cue ball nicely for the blue. And I'm just trying to see which reds are available. Let's say the one to the left of the 4 is maybe available to the right corner. Maybe a red. Oh, there you go. There's a red at the bottom available to the left corner as well. What angle has he got on green or blue? You would think one good positional shot here, and the frame should be his. About
40.
Well, 2 feet short on the cue ball. Red's still potable. You'll probably play it with an element of safety, maybe. Cue ball into bulk. And didn't even attempt to pot in the end.
Mark Allen, 40.
Very good safety shot. He's got the snooker. Easy to hit a red.
Thank you.
Can Jang get it safe?
Well, he's done well there. There was a lot of scope for that to go wrong. See that red running to the cushion, what difference that makes. Well, Mark Allen 14 in front. So at the moment, wouldn't need it. Well, great length on the cue ball.
Thank you, Mark.
There's that red, as I say, it's safe at the moment. It favours Allen with the lead he's got. There's just a gap, though, here between pink and brown. Ooh, he called it all wrong. So this is a chance. And now that red comes into play, the one that's safe, that is a big ball in the frame. Because Zhang does have a chance here to get back into this frame. Going to move it immediately, and he has done. Ended up finishing a little close to the blue. He's looking at the green. Gonna need the rest for it.
Well, this is a huge test now for Jang bottle, as we call it, because this is a real pressure pot.
Sorry? Yellow ball, thank you.
Oh, brilliantly struck. That is very, very good. You can see where the cue ball is. It probably would have cost him the frame if he'd missed that.
Well, he's found a bit of form, a bit of confidence, and some good cueing. It all goes together just at the right time here. He has a chance to level the match once more. When he missed that pink at the end of the 14th frame to go 8-6 down, it looked like his race was run.
9.
He's not left himself in the best position in this red, though. You'd like to be a little bit straighter. He's left himself another huge shot here. Oh, very good. Very good. Fully committed. Struck it with authority. These are the situations where you find out so much about yourself under pressure as a player. Whether you can take these chances to win frames at this level, at this stage of a final.
17.
Doesn't need to worry about that pink in the bulk area. Wouldn't be needing that.
18.
Should he clear the rest of the colours? Black, then yellow, green, brown, blue. So you'd think this one positional shot will pave the way for 8 each.
Well, maybe he's played
25.
through his difficult spell in this final. Been helped, let's be honest, by Mark Allen failing to take advantage. Yellow, green and brown.
Yeah, he's just finished just 3 or 4 inches short being perfect. You can see the stretch here, which can sometimes mean you don't get hold of the cue ball enough. And can also mean you can twitch the yellow a little bit.
25.
Just didn't get ideal in it. It was a stretch. You still think he should pot the yellow. I suppose anything could be missed at this stage. Sure, there's not a gap. I'm looking at Mark Allen's body language. There may just be one. He'd probably play that shot another 20 times and not leave this gap.
Thank you.
That was nice played.
So he's gone from a few minutes ago looking like he was making the clearance or potting the balls he needed to now being snookered on this yellow. It's the yellow he missed that started his trouble.
Foul. And a miss. Mark Allen, 4. Two.
Well, it's another twist in a day full of them. Now it's Mark Allen with the chance.
Yeah, Jang will be disappointed. As I said, find out about yourself in those situations, and unfortunately,
5.
he failed. He wasn't able to convert that chance. Looks like Mark Allen is going to go 2 up
9.
and a possible 3 to play. Surely this is his push to the title now.
It's another frame he will have stolen. Just needs the pink.
14. And the frame.
So Mark Allen is 1 away from becoming champion. Another close frame has gone to the Antrim man. He leads Zhang now by all. He ended up missing the yellow. He was then snookered on the yellow. He left Mark Allen a chance, and Mark Allen stepped in, cleared down to the pink, and he's 1 away. We're waiting for him to return. He's 1 away from winning what would be an 11th world ranking title, and that would put him in 10th place overall on the all-time list, 1 behind on 12. And of course, it would be yet another one for the collection. He won the shootout earlier this season. Last season, of course, he collected 3 trophies. He's won the Champion of Champions as well, a big invitation event this season. So he's become a regular winner on the tour. He's number 3 in the world. He hasn't been at his free-flowing best all day, but he is now the big favourite to get his hands on the trophy.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Frame 17. Jang to break.
So Zhang, he's in a hole here. He's got to win the last 3 if he is to emerge as champion this evening.
One. Zhang 1. One.
Well, the roll up to the brown could get Zhang in big trouble here.
Mark
Because
Allen,
he
one.
knows he's in that position now. If he leaves a red on, it could be his last shot. Big body blow, of course, missing that yellow in the last frame. Because he was just starting to look good again. He played some nice shots to get that far. Danger averted. Well, that couldn't really have gone worse. He sits down a bit embarrassed.
One.
Yeah, he's trying a delicate shot there, but just overdid it.
He's only had a couple of 60s in the last 7 or 8 frames, Jang Anda. His scoring is, compared to how it was in, well, all week really, in the start of this match, it's dried up. What he would give for a 70 break here.
Seven.
The red directly above the black, in between the black and the pink, as it were. The red to the left of that. If he can play a cannon on that red, just stun into it with a bit of pace, just brings everything into the open. He's looking at it now. That's the red to hit. Yeah, well done. Great shot. Now he does have a chance to make a frame-winning break here.
14.
After that cannon, played to perfection.
$15.
I mean, for most of the week when he's got in this position, it's
22.
pretty much, he was frame over. He's been that good. It's a bit different
20.
doing it at stage of a final. Looks like he's going to pick up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, the way he went 5-1 up against John Higgins and 4-0 up
30.
against Mark Selby was some of the best snooker of the tournament. Obviously, this is different. This is in adversity. You know, one slip up and could be the end. So there is more pressure on, but we know he's capable of it.
31.
Not sure about that one. I think he could have possibly played off the cushion, got closer to the black. Got to hit this well. And he did. Not perfect.
38. $39. $44. $45.
They can't believe it. They can't
50.
believe it. All that cue ball needs to do is just skip past this red. He's got a choice of 3 to the right corner. He just can't believe it.
Zhang under 50.
Yeah, so he's made his second half century of the evening, but he wanted it, of course, to be a frame-winning break. It was a great chance, that, and again he was starting to look more settled, but you could see the disappointment as he goes back to his seat, 50 in front.
Yeah, 50-point lead, Jang, but that'll mean nothing if you lose Mark Allen. The cue ball down this end of the table, the way the balls are situated. They've got to be very careful. Another chance of a red to right corner. Bring the cue ball back to safety. This time it's in. Pretty good. Okay, you won't be happy where the yellows ended. In the brown to the right middle.
5.
Yeah, if the yellow was in the open, I'd make him favourite to win the frame and match right here and now.
Six.
Where that yellow is, getting to the green, you see this red just about drop. Yeah, the yellow to green will be the problem. And making a winning clearance.
Well, it seems fitting that even if this is the clinching
30.
frame, it's going to be dramatic, because it's been a dramatic day. He was 3-0 down. Zhang was outplaying him early on. He found a way back into it. Remember the last black in the 8th frame to make it 4-4. From 6-all, he's been the stronger player, but he still has to get over the line.
Some
Some of these reds are sort of wrestling their way into the pockets, aren't they?
$21. $22.
I think unless Mark Allen finds a way of moving the yellow before he gets to potting it,
29.
Zhang will be pretty confident he's going to come back to the table.
30.
He's such a tough shot in the yellow to get nicely on the green.
$37.
I'm wondering, is there an angle on the red here to go into the yellow? Maybe too much angle. Oh, Mark, you got to pot the red.
Mark Allen,
Yes,
37.
obviously, but has he got the cover?
Well, he just holds his hand up as he goes back to his seat, which suggests he has done. Can't see the potting angle. That was Allen's miss, and then it's anxious looks to see if he covered it, which he had done. He just raised his hand as he walked back to his seat.
Generally been getting the better of his opponent, Mark Allen, today when it comes down to these sort of tactical frames. Very, very clever match player now. Shots like this make them very difficult to beat in these types of frames. And has got a safety shot playing. You can play the red into the yellow. The red should stay there. And the cue ball back up the table. Just got to be a little bit aware of the right middle pocket. Played it the other way and played it very, very well. Fantastic shot.
Thank you.
It's a big mistake. It's a big mistake. The problem of yellow to green is still there. Have to add green to brown as well to that problem, but that is, well, that's a very definition of leaving the cue ball in no man's land. You could have another 50 goes at that shot and not leave the cue ball there. This is where I think you just play the snooker behind the blue. You don't try and get too cute and get the cue ball touching the blue or anything like that, because you could easily look foolish and completely miss it. Yeah, just make sure you get the snooker.
Thanks.
This is not the stage for trying to be too perfect. Easy to hit the yellow. If he rolls into it dead weight, which he probably will do, just leaves him open to the next shot, which could be even worse. As Mark Allen about to put the cue ball down, back down this end of the table, probably behind the black. So he's taking a risk, playing it at pace, and it's worked out okay.
Big trouble for Zhang. Cannot afford now to leave the yellow on, because then everything's on. Safe.
Well, he has done. I think safety play has definitely been one of Mark Allen's strong suits all week. 83% safety success for the tournament, which is a very high standard in that department. That's why he's winning a huge majority of these tactical frames. And there's another one, another beauty.
Yeah, superb. More big trouble for Zhang. Allen has just become so tough. Become tough to beat. He's prepared to dig in. He's prepared to graft. And most importantly, keeps an even temper as he's doing it.
He's hanging on, isn't he, Zhang? Just hanging on. Looking at the body language of Mark, I don't think he's quite got in behind the green. No, there you can see it. Literally an inch away from having his opponent in real trouble again. So be careful here. Notice to catch the jaw of the pocket, the middle pocket. Get this yellow quite thin. Is there enough room to go cushion first, send the yellow back up the table, leave the cue ball behind the black? There is. Yellow's hit the pink. I think it's still a snooker, but it's obviously a lot easier to hit. Or is it a snooker? He swerve round and maybe this yellow might go in. The left middle.
Well, what a battle. I mean, Mark Allen played some great safety here, but in the end, Zhang gets a chance at the yellow. It's the ball, of course, he missed in the last frame. How close can he get to the green, though?
Two.
Man, he looks kind of straight on this, so it'll be hard to get close to the brown, assuming he pots it. Pressure on it. He's 14 in front, so he still needs green and brown.
Five.
He just caught the knuckle with the middle pocket.
One good shot. Is this match ball coming up? You think if the brown goes in, it's got to be on the blue. He's not left a pot on, but he's going to be snookered next time he comes to the table, Mark Allen. That was a decent chance to win this match.
Wow, it's gone in. Well, Mark Allen needs a snooker and Zhang's in one.
I don't think Jang even thought about the brown going in. Well, she wouldn't leave the cue ball there.
It's sort of range of emotions going through that face there. Okay, we call it frame ball. He's got to hit this blue, otherwise Allen can win the match.
Well, that last view, it's a pretty easy swerve. Yeah, this shouldn't be a problem at all.
Fernando 4.
He was so long sort of looking at the scoreboard. When he looked down, as you say, he realised actually should be okay. So Mark Allen needs a snooker. Successful snooker, that is. Didn't quite get in behind the black. He could pot this. He doesn't want the white running near pockets, but anyway. 21 in front, 18 on. So barring this snooker, it's going to be 9-8. 31-minute frame. First frame of the day was 37 minutes. You've had one that was 35, another 33.
Great effort. Whoa. Wow, I was thinking when he got in a swerve, just make sure you hit the right side of the blue as we look. That cue ball could have easily gone in off. Living a bit dangerously, Zhang Anda. Pink and black in decent positions for lane snookers. What Jang has got to do is try and keep as much distance between white and blue as possible.
know, it's not been the sort of day where it's straightforward enough that that blue just goes in there. Got to be more drama yet. It's close. Not there.
And then does Mark Allen risk potting the blue, trying to just use pink and black?
Five.
That's what he's done. It's not bad on the pink. Just judging the pace, because he's got to come off the cushion if he's playing off thin off the pink. The left side of the pink as he's looking at it. He's coming up with something different. This is on a good line. Has he got the pace right?
Mark Allen, 5.
Yep, he's got a snooker. Okay, easy hit. Just got to be, again, careful of the on-off. If he's hitting the left side of the pink off the cushion.
Well, that's one way to end it all. Just pot it. That's what he's done. So a 37-minute frame goes to Zhang and the final continues. Leads now 9-8. Players' Championship final is heading for a midnight finish. Mark Allen 9, Zhang 8. Another very, very dramatic frame. But Zhang won 37 minutes. And Mark Allen, who seemed to have broken the back of the match when he went 9-7 up, has now still got it all to do here. That last frame is actually the longest of the match. But there's plenty still here, regardless of whether they got work in the morning or whatever. They're going to see this through. Can Zhang take us the distance? Can Mark Allen get it one here?
Frame.
Huge tension in the air, huge excitement.
Quietly, please.
As Mark Allen gets frame 18 of a possible 19 underway. Safe to say that wasn't close. Now, this red can open more.
One.
I think it was a good sign there. He didn't make a meal of that, did he? You know, there was pressure on that, but he played it pretty quickly.
6.
Maybe just trying to now just get himself into that gear to make a break we all know he can make to get it won.
Seven.
Yeah, that was a real good positive strike with the cue ball there. Yeah, he'll see this as the chance he has to take to win the match. Does not want this to go to a decider. Not played a good shot there, though.
10.
That was a much easier shot than the red he's just played. You can see the angle in the red. I wanted to be, well, straight on this red, really.
Yeah,
it was nice that the pink was where it is. Just wants to get position on that black.
17.
That's where he wants to be. Just wonder if the pink goes to the right corner. Well, it obviously
18.
does after that shot. Yeah, now he really is in prime position to go in and win this match at this visit.
24.
Okay, he's going to have to go into the bunch at some stage. And this is the kind of chance you're looking for to clinch a frame or indeed a match. Black in the open, pink available, blues available.
25.
Apart from having to open the reds up, this is as good as it gets in terms of an opportunity to win the frame at this visit.
Well, in Mark Allen's very first frame of the tournament, he made a 146 against Mark Williams, frame 1 of round 1.
32.
Can he end the event with another big break?
This is the big shot. He's not happy about it. Not happy with the angle. I don't think it's that bad. I think if he stuns into the red, deliberately above the black. Well, I didn't really go into it. Didn't fully commit. Tried to play a delicate shot. It's a nice 40-point lead. But he didn't really want to have his opponent come back to the table.
Yeah, it's kind of been
Mark
the pattern,
Allen,
really.
40.
He made a century, Mark Allen, in frame 6, but in the whole of the rest of the match, only one of the break over 50, the 64. So that was promising, but he just had to settle for the safety.
Thank you.
Yeah, I said 7 each. Around about that time that the sort of big breaks will have dried up. 40s, 50s, 60s would become really valuable. We'll see how valuable that little 40 break is at the end of this frame. The 50 Zhang had made in the previous frame turned out to be enough for him to win that frame. Raises his hand. Very fortunate.
Well, again, that was an error catching the bump of the middle pocket, but it could have finished worse. Yeah, well, he's played a lot of snooker, hasn't he? I mean, he's played 3 matches prior to this. 2 went to deciders, including last night. Late night finish with Mark Selby. And here we are again. 9-8 in a best of 19.
This is a big shot from Mark Allen. Right middle. Brilliant pot.
1.
Okay, you could say he had a slight element of safety to it where the cue balls ended up, but still fabulous pot in the middle. What's the angle like on this yellow? red below the black pots to the left corner, but is there any colour? The red also is on to the left middle, but again, it's the positional side of the shot that's not guaranteed.
Mark Allen, 3.
Yeah, so again, having to be prepared to wait for another chance. He's chipping away and chipping away. 43 the lead now. Oh, well, it just flicked off the green, but cue ball didn't going off. If he had done, he could have left Allen the chance he needed from distance. So many unlikely things have happened already in this match that although Mark Allen seems in control of this frame, things can change. We saw it in the last frame.
I think he's in a positive frame of mind at the moment. I think he sees this. He doesn't want his match to go any longer than this frame. It wouldn't have surprised me if he'd rolled up behind the brown.
5.
As I say, I think he sees this as the frame to do it.
Six. Nine.
Jang looks on. He's thinking, my Players' Championship over. It's looking more and more like it.
10.
Yes, we're in Telford, the land of the iron bridge. In snooker, you need an iron nerve to get over the line. Mark Allen looking to hold himself steady for the next minute or so. Overran slightly. Looks like he can still pot this red. 55 in front, 67 on. Couple more pots needed. Well, a nice kiss actually on the blue. Because if he pots it, it'd be 61 in front with 59 on. So here we are then. Quarter to midnight it is. This is match ball. Barring the snookers, it's going to be Mark Allen's title.
18. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, surely that's it. A little reaction from Allen. My word, it's been a battle. We've just gone over 7 hours playing time. It's not been a final full of fluency. But once again, he's demonstrated his mettle. He's demonstrated that he's become one of snooker's real tough guys. Credit to Zhang for the tournament he's had, for the season he's having. We're going to see him as a seed at the Tour Championship.
Mark Allen, 24.
Having a look at the scoreboard, and he's coming over to shake hands. It was a real battle, but in the end, it's Mark Allen who wins the Johnston's Paint Players' Championship. He's held off a very determined Zhang, and he wins his 11th world ranking title. He's 5th in 2 seasons. He's the winner by 10 frames to 8. As I say, it wasn't a match of fluency, but he dug in, and in the end, in that final frame, he potted the key balls. He did not want a deciding frame finish. And Mark Allen, very close to becoming Monday, is the winner. Rob Walker will do the interviews.
Ladies and gentlemen, please may we have another round of applause at the end of a grueling, epic final. Jang, I know you will be disappointed tonight, but I hope you realise how much people have enjoyed watching you on this great run to an incredible final in an incredible season.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, this week I do not bad, right? Just today should be score like 7-7, 8-8. I miss very important pink and black and yellow. Yeah, just Mark played so well, and his safety so well.
His safety was magnificent, and you had an epic win over your boyhood hero, John Higgins, and then you survived that massive comeback from Mark Selby. Did you feel a little tired tonight?
A little bit.
Well, that's understandable. You're only human, and I hope you realise you have amazed everyone this season. For 14 years, you were doing your best, 50th in the world, 60th in the world, and now you are one of the best in the sport, and we will see you as a seed in the Tour Championship on ITV. It's an incredible season. You've suddenly come alive.
Yeah, this amazing season for me, and I just try everything I can do. Yeah, just hope next time I can do better. Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Zhang Anda, your runner-up. Mark, Dave Hendon just said in commentary, you have become one of the hard men to beat. It doesn't always have to be pretty. You're becoming a serial winner.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've got pretty left in me. It was tough all day, and with how well Zhang's played all week, I think I actually dragged him down a little bit today. I gave it everything. My safety was good. My safety kept me in the match, but yeah, that wasn't a lot of fun to be involved in, but I'm very happy to be standing here the winner.
And you've shown once again your tenacity. You know, I know you want to create a legacy for Northern Irish sport. You're an 11-time ranking event winner now, only one behind Sean Murphy. You're closing the gap. The banter will continue. You're carving out a brilliant place in the history of our sport.
Yeah, and if your target's Sean Murphy, you've got issues, haven't it? But in general, it's been good. And obviously, I've won 5 in the last couple of years. I want to keep doing that, and if I can get to sort of 20 or 30 at the end of my career, then I've done all right. But I'll probably look back at my career as a disappointment if I don't win the World Championship. So that's what I'm sort of gearing towards now.
And what a brilliant platform you've given yourself. That's 3 titles this season, and you'll be one of the men to beat at the Tour Championship, which will be our last ITV event of the season. There's a huge amount to play for in the next 6 or 7 weeks. Yeah,
it's a busy spell, and it's a lot of big tournaments, as you say. We've obviously got Saudi, then we've got China, Tour Champs, and then the World. So 4 big tournaments to finish, and hopefully I can keep winning matches the way I am, but it'd be nice to find a little bit of form as well.
Well, I hope you take a moment to enjoy a wonderful, wonderful week. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Allen is the champion. Please welcome your presentation party, Jason Ferguson, chairman of the WPBSA, and Matt Baines, general manager of Johnson's Paint. Your runner-up, receiving a medal and a cheque for £50,000. What a week, and what a run to the final for Zhang Anda. And the winner, receiving a cheque for £125,000. The trophy and the title 2024 Johnson's Paint Players Champion, Mark Allen. Your champion, ladies and gents, the one and only Mark Allen.
Incredible tenacity from Mark Allen to see Zhang Anda off and take the Players' Championship title. It's not been, by both players' assessment, the prettiest final that we've ever seen, but what we've seen is quality from a player who is amongst the elite. Neil and Ken are still with me. And what we've also seen, I think, Ken, is what separates the very good players, the improving players like Zhang Anda, but also the elite players, the ones who have that extra gear, can find something when they need it the most.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, it was sort of a war of attrition, wasn't it, all day? The safety, both players got bogged down, balls went very awkward, it was quite slow. But, you know, at the end of the day, you have to do what you have to do to win, and that's what he does, and he's done it very, very well. He has done over the last couple of seasons. He's changed his game entirely, but he's become a winner and a consistent winner, and he's playing at a very, very top standard. Now, he didn't play his best today by any means, but he always finds a way to win, and he knows how to do it. And he's picked his trophies, as we said, five ranking tournaments over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, and look, it wasn't a classic final. Last week's wasn't a classic. Gary Wilson beat Martin O'Donnell. But Gary Wilson won't care, Mark Allen won't care. What do they say? You know, the winners win and everyone else can make their own arrangements. And that's what's happening here. You know, he's winning. He won't be pleased with how he played because the way he started the week against Mark Williams, he was brilliant. But there's a lot of players like Mark at the moment who wants it most, and he is one of those. You know, I think Mark Selby wanted it, but his opponent Zhang Ander, you know, he kind of made Mark's job a little easier tonight because he beat John Higgins and he beat Mark Selby.